Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. I started the live because I wanted to make sure that I jumped on right at the right moment. So, yeah, thanks everyone that's here. Hi, Cults and Cake. Hi, Peekaboo and Carol. Hi, TM. Hi, Teaspoon. Hi, Steve. Thanks for being here, everyone. I notice you guys are having a wonderful chat going here. You guys know so much about the case. This is great. So great. It's going to be a good time, you guys. Did anyone watch the morning version? I wasn't able to. I had a work meeting, so unfortunately, I missed it. Um, but yeah. Yeah, hi Lisa. No worries, teaspoon. No worries. I just made myself some tea. I don't know why my voice sounds kind of funny today. Oh, peekaboo, you listen to it? Any big things that happened? They should be starting pretty soon in like 4 minutes according to my clock. I I really would like to, Carol. When you say a video and breakdown, do you mean of the entirety of the case? Or like for example, yesterday I put together or I summarized part one of the trial, and I haven't recorded it yet, but I have a script that I'm ready to talk about. But it was about the two testimonies that morning, the tint shop owner and the DEA officer, I think it was. Is that what you mean? Or like summarize all of the conditions that led to this moment? Peekaboo says there were lots of sidebars. And she asking question ending with right and sign with every sidebar. I do love when someone of this personality faces authority and they have no choice but to listen. I do, I have to say, I do love that. Yeah, I do. Oh, my banner is still here. Let's turn it off. Okay, there we go. Hi, Agatha. I don't think I said hi to you. Welcome. This is so fun. Okay, so tomorrow I should be able to do the part one, also the beginning of the day too. So, meaning beginning of the day of day 5. Yeah, I have to tell you, I only knew very little. Break down all the cases pertaining to this whole case. There really is so much. Yeah, I agree, Carol. There really is so much. It's a deep dive, and like, I knew about this particular instance, about Brandon Boudreaux, based off of, like, 48 Hours and Dateline and those things, and they literally like, if it's a 2-hour program, maybe 5 minutes was talked about for this part. I wonder if Dateline is gonna do a special on this now that it's at trial. They might be, but I think Dateline, they go on summer break, so I don't think they record or they film anything right now. I wish they would. I would love for Keith Morrison to cover this trial. Yeah, all the crimes linking to Lori Vallow. Yeah. She got very irritating. Peekaboo says, I think it made the jury get irritated with her. Aw, thanks, Cults and Cake. Everyone, if you could please hit the like button, I appreciate it. Yeah, it is so convoluted. Yeah, and I saw all of you in the chat. You were talking about um, her previous husbands. That's something to look into as well. Yeah. Agatha says the
Who's
last
the
one.
state going to call next?
Oh, I'm gonna go on mute.
Kyle Mueller?
You want to get
Yeah,
them
I can go
ready?
get it.
All right, we'll bring the jury in.
All rise for the jury.
All right, please be seated. The jury is present. We're back on the record. The state can call its next witness.
State calls Kyle Mueller.
All right, sir, come on up. Just stand in front of my clerk here and be sworn in. All right, you're gonna go up this ramp. Have a seat to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. My name is Kyle Mueller. I'm a forensic scientist section supervisor with the City of Phoenix Police Department Crime Lab
How long have you worked for the City of Phoenix Crime Lab?
for about 24 years now.
And can you tell us the different duties you have done over those 24 years?
Sure. I started out in the controlled substances section where I analyzed illicit drugs for the presence or absence of an illicit drug. I then transferred to the trace evidence section in 2007 and was a forensic scientist 2, then a forensic scientist 3, and then a 4, and then now I'm the supervisor. In the trace evidence section, I analyze gunshot residue kits, footwear and tire track impression evidence, fibers, tape, and miscellaneous unknowns.
Can you tell us the education and training you've had in the area of trace evidence specific to GSR, gunshot residue?
Sure. Well, to start, I have a bachelor's of science in biochemistry. That's from the University of Arizona. I also have a master's of science in forensic science from the University of Florida. I've been trained by senior members of the crime lab, but I've also received several training opportunities for trace evidence, whether it's internal or external where possible. Specifically towards gunshot residue, there's a lot of history in the scientific literature for reading about what GSR is and how it's created. It's also a matter of going through the specific training program with the Phoenix PD Crime Lab. So I went through that, and I'm also proficiency tested on a yearly basis.
Can you tell us how long was that training at the City of Phoenix to work in the trace area?
Well, the training is ongoing, but so each subdiscipline in trace evidence, you need to go through the training program and then become competent in that subdiscipline. And for specifically, for gunshot residue, it was about 6 to 8 months.
And then you said you have ongoing proficiency training. Can you tell us what you mean by that?
Sure. Every year I receive a proficiency test to verify that I'm valid or competent in analyzing gunshot residue.
Well, let's start with then, what is gunshot residue?
Sure. Gunshot residue, or GSR for short, are small metallic particles that are formed from the discharge of a firearm. So when someone shoots a gun, these small particles are made up of the elements of lead, antimony, and barium that are from the primer paste inside the bottom of a cartridge casing. That primer paste essentially is disintegrated, and we're left with these GSR particles that escape from any part of the firearm that's not completely closed in the manufacturing process. There are effectively 3 classifications that we test for gunshot residue. There's characteristic particles that have all three elements of lead, antimony, and barium. There's also consistent particles that have two of the three of those, so lead and barium, or lead and antimony, or antimony and barium. There's also commonly associated particles, and those are just lead particles. So that plume of smoke that you see when you shoot a gun, a lot of that plume, if you will, are these small metallic particles.
When that plume lands on things, is it visible? Can I look over here and say, hey, there's a GSR particle?
No, these are very small. They're anywhere from 5, 10, maybe 5 or 15 microns in width. To give you an example, if you were to take a cross-section of a human hair, that's around 60 to 90 microns. So these are very small particles. You can't see them with the naked eye. We have a very high-powered microscope in the in the trace evidence section called an SEM, and that's what we use for our analysis.
So does it matter if someone fires a handgun or a rifle? Is it going to be the same particles you're looking for?
Those same particles are generated regardless of the caliber of firearm used or the ammunition used. We still look for those three elements within that same type of particle.
When someone discharges a gun, what factors might impact whether or not that GSR residue particles are left on a person or objects around the gun?
Well, you can imagine when someone shoots a gun, it's kind of like that plume of smoke that's generated. It's kind of like smoking a cigarette. That plume of smoke is going to travel one way or the other based on if you're outside, if you're inside, if you're, and it's a windy day or if it's raining. So if you're in an enclosed space, depending on where the wind velocity is, it's going to depend on where that travels.
So if a person fires a gun from inside a vehicle while it's parked, would you in general expect to find GSR particles inside that vehicle?
Yes, it's certainly possible.
Okay. Can GSR particles over time get lost or removed from whatever object they have attached to after the gun is discharged?
So these particles, like I said before, they're like a fine metallic dust. They don't have a half-life. They don't decay over time. They don't evaporate. They're simply just washed away. So if GSR particles are found on an object, they will stay there indefinitely until they're washed away.
Okay. Have you seen cases where GSR was found inside a vehicle weeks or months after someone has fired a gun inside that car?
It's possible, yes.
In a case where it's alleged that a person was inside a rear portion of a Jeep and fired a rifle out the back window, would it be within the normal scope of possibilities to locate GSR on the windows of that vehicle a month after the shooting?
It's possible, yes.
Would it be impacted if, say, someone went in the Jeep and sprayed some Windex and cleaned off all the windows? Would that then remove it?
Yes, it would possibly remove any GSR.
So when we're talking about collection of an item that's not immediately after the discharge, does the fact of someone cleaning or not cleaning the area around the discharge impact the potential to collect those particles?
Yes, it would potentially remove those particles.
Can you tell us, in general, what you are provided with and then how you look for GSR particles with the kit you are given?
Sure. Depending on the case, a general GSR kit has vials inside of that kit. They're labeled usually about where they are collected from. There's essentially a plastic vial, and when you open up, when you open up the cap to that plastic vial, on the inside of that cap is a small aluminum stub that has effectively sticky tape on it. And that tape is used to sample an area. The portion being, or the idea behind that is that if you have GSR on an area, whether it's someone's hands or an inanimate object, you would then stub that sample, and then any GSR on that sample will then be transferred to that stub. Now, those GSR stubs are then introduced as evidence into the laboratory, And that's where I come in and I test that evidence. So the GSR vials and those stubs are essentially, they come in a GSR kit that's labeled depending on the evidence, and then start my note-taking process regarding what the GSR labels say, where they're taken from, and then I essentially take those stubs out of those vials and place them in an instrument called an SEM EDS. And that essentially stands for Scanning Electron Microscopy with Energy Dispersive X-ray Spectroscopy. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm introducing those stubs into that SEM because it's a very high power microscope to view these very small particles. I then analyze the kit with a program that we have for looking for GSR particles. The program then generates a report of what it found, and then I go back typically the next day and try to determine if these were actual GSR particles that were detected by the instrument or whether they were not. And then I compile my report with my results.
You told us earlier that there are 3 different elements you are looking for. What is the significance of locating 1, 2 of them together, or all 3 of those elements together in one particle?
So one particle that has all 3 elements is called characteristic, meaning that is unlikely to have come from any other source in the environment other than from the discharge of a firearm. 2 of those, so a consistent particle is 2 of those elements, so lead and antimony, or lead and barium, or antimony and barium. And those are consistent particles, meaning that while they're also associated with the discharge of a firearm, they're also found in the environment. Lead is a commonly associated with particle, and while it's found in the environment, it's also found in, again, GSR, this plume of smoke that we see when someone discharges a weapon.
So you told us you work for the Phoenix Police Department. Do you still, or does your agency assist other agencies with processing GSR kits?
Yes, we do.
On January of 2020, were you provided with 2 GSR collection kits from the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes, I was.
And were those marked with the Gilbert property identification numbers of 645-886 and 645-888?
Yes,
Were you asked to analyze these?
I was.
When you receive those, do you note whether or not they are integrity seals have been kept there and that they are still properly sealed when they arrive to you?
Yes, I do.
And were they still properly sealed with all integrity seals on them?
Yes, they were.
Now, the kits or the vials, do those come inside their own container and then each vial itself is also individually sealed? With the tag, I guess?
So the vials themselves that have the GSR stubs in them aren't individually sealed. They're usually anyway 3 to 4 of a pack, if you will, of vials. And then inside of that, or excuse me, those vials are then inside another envelope, which is inside the GSR kit.
Do the vials, though, have their own, I guess you indicated label, tape, whatever we want to say, going around them indicating what each one is from?
Yes.
Okay. So in this case, when you received those 2 kits, each of the vials had their own tape with the labeling and then were packaged in sealed packaging.
Yes, that's correct.
And when you were provided with these 2 items, these 2 kits, did you, can you tell us what your initial process was?
Sure. I received notification from the Gilbert Police Department of where exactly these GSR vials were collected, so I could get a better idea of what to test first. So I got that information, and then I started my analysis on one of the GSR kits from 3 of the vials were from the inside of the Jeep, specifically the windows.
Why did you want to test the windows of the Jeep versus the tabs that may have been from, say, the back of the seats of the Jeep?
Well, testing the windows first I thought was pertinent because they're more likely to not come into contact with an item that would previously had GSR on it. if GSR is on the inside of a window, unless it's been cleaned, it would probably be there still.
Okay. The GSR kit that you decided to test, did that contain stubs from the passenger side interior back window, the passenger side interior window, and the driver's side interior window?
Yes.
I assume you used the same process with the SEM microscope that you described?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you independently confirm whether or not what the microscope located is in fact the items it indicates?
Correct.
For this one, starting with the passenger side interior back window, did you find any particles in that collection kit commonly associated with GSR?
Yes.
And so again, so we understand for commonly associated, what does that mean?
That means those are lead particles.
Okay, so just the single individual lead particles, and you found those on that stub.
Correct.
So for that same passenger side interior back window, did you find any particles consistent with GSR?
Yes, I did.
And again, just so we understand, what does consistent with GSR mean?
That means 2 of the 3 elements from a characteristic particle are present.
And do you in fact even note how many of those particles you find?
Yes, I do.
When you are looking for those, do you count every single one on the entire stub? Or do you at some point say that's enough to show they're there?
After 10, essentially, I stop. So if it's anything less than 10, I count and put that in my notes.
All right. When you were looking at this passenger side interior back window, did you find any particles that were characteristic of GSR?
Yes, I did.
And again, what does characteristic mean?
That means it has one particle that has the elements of lead, antimony, and barium that is kind of a round or amorphous morphology that is characteristic of being from the discharge of a firearm.
Okay. So when you located the commonly associated, consistent with, and characteristic particles, what was your conclusion as to the kit that was used to collect from the passenger side interior back window?
Again, that area of the Jeep is consistent with being in the vicinity of a discharged firearm or even coming into contact with something that had GSR on it.
Okay. Was one of the other vials that we discussed from the passenger interior window?
Yes.
Did you find any particles commonly associated with GSR on that stub?
Yes, I did.
How about consistent with or characteristic of?
No, I did not.
So what was your conclusion as to that vial where you just had particles commonly associated with GSR?
So to back up, when I put together my report, I took the results from all 3 samples that I tested and made my conclusion on that. If I'm looking at individual vials, so the vial that we just spoke about that had just the commonly associated with, that means that, again, a discharged weapon could have occurred within the vicinity of that sample being taken, but it could also come from an environmental source as well. But that's just for that one sample.
In a vehicle where a gun is discharged and the samples aren't collected till about a month later, why is it important to look at multiple locations?
Well, so when a gun is discharged and you think of that plume of smoke, those GSR particles are going to travel anywhere potentially in the inside of that vehicle. So any of those areas could potentially have GSR on them. So when I when I performed my analysis on those samples, really finding where they are specifically in the Jeep isn't really an indication that something happened. It was just finding any in the Jeep. So it doesn't really matter where they originated or where I found them. It's just that they were present.
Okay, so you're really just looking to see, are those characteristic particles present within this Jeep that would indicate that a gun may have been discharged within that vehicle?
That is correct.
So we talked about 2 of the 3 vials. Was the 3rd vial the driver's side interior window?
Yes.
Did you find particles commonly associated with GSR on that vial from the driver's side interior window?
Yes, I did.
Did you find particles consistent with GSR on that driver's side interior window?
Yes.
And did you find particles characteristic of GSR on that driver's side passenger or driver's side interior window?
Yes, I did.
When you then were looking at all three of those in different areas within that Jeep, were you then able to reach an overall conclusion as to this vehicle where these kits were taken from?
Yes, I was.
What was your conclusion?
That the inside of the vehicle was again in the vicinity of a firearm when it was discharged or came into contact with an item that had GSR on it.
And then given the locations of the collection sites, that was done to try to look for places where potentially the areas may not have been washed?
Correct.
And when you were talking about something coming into contact with those locations, are you also thinking about the fact that if someone puts a gun in their car, it's not usually on a window?
Correct. I wouldn't test like the back seat of a vehicle knowing that someone used that vehicle to go hunting or go to a shooting range in case they put their firearm in the back of their vehicle.
So if the collection had only been, for instance, of the seats of the vehicles, that may have been less, that may have played into your conclusion some?
My first initial analysis, yes.
In this case, because you were looking at windows in this vehicle, were those stubs specifically chosen by you because they were the windows that were collected?
Yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, cross.
Just a few questions. Mr. Mueller, you had said that a gun may have been discharged in this vehicle. Is that your conclusion?
Yes.
Okay. And just so I understand, because I'm trying to wrap my head around that, the three particles altogether, right?
Yes.
Antimony, barium, and lead, all three make it actually GSR. Is that correct?
So there's three classifications. All three of those elements in one particle is considered a characteristic particle, which is considered a GSR particle. But there's also the 2 component and the 1 component particles that I detected are also considered GSR.
Right. And so in your report, you say they're also found from a number of relatively common non-firearm sources. Is that also correct?
It's possible, yes.
And what are the non-firearm sources? Could you tell me some of those?
Sure. For lead, lead used to be prominent in gasoline and paint years ago. Lead can still be used in solder or varying manufacturing facilities. The 2 component particles are less common, but they also can be found in maybe some cosmetics or fireworks. But again, those are less common.
Okay. So would you find an actual GSR where all 3 elements were together in fireworks? Like if a firework went off in the vicinity?
No, ma'am.
You would never find GSR after fireworks?
3 component particle, no.
So you would find either consistent or commonly associated?
It's possible depending on the firework.
Okay. What about from brake dust?
Again, that's possible, yes.
What about from fertilizer?
I'm not familiar with fertilizer having those specific elements.
What about hairspray?
I'm not familiar with hairspray being a component or having those components.
Okay. So of the kits that you took, of the stubs that you had that you actually tested, how many all 3 particles did you find together, grouped together?
So two, one on the driver's side and one on the passenger side on the inside windows.
So just two?
Correct.
And so if a firearm were to be shot in the back of the Jeep, would you expect to find more than two from all the stubs that you analyzed?
It's difficult to determine how many particles are actually there. I'm essentially getting a sample of that area. So the number is not really pertinent to my analysis.
So is it safe to say that whoever was the person who got the stubs would be deciding what you would end up analyzing later? You wouldn't have any control over that, right?
Correct. I didn't collect the stubs.
Okay. So out of the two that you found, out of how many stubs did you actually analyze? I'm sorry, I missed that.
So I analyzed three. In total, there were 8 collected.
Okay. That's all, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Just briefly. For the characteristic particles with all 3 elements, did you find one of those in the passenger side interior back window?
Yes.
And did you find 2 of those characteristic particles in the driver's side interior window?
Yes, I did.
You were asked about some different things like hairspray and brake dust. Are those things that would create the 3-particle characteristic items that we're talking about that are characteristic of GSR?
No, they would not.
So no matter how much hairspray we use in the car, you're not going to get antimony, barium, and lead stuck together into a particle?
No.
No matter how many fireworks we blow off in the back of this Jeep, we're not going to get the antimony, the barium, and the lead together as a characteristic particle?
No, ma'am.
So is this why it doesn't really matter how many you find? The fact that it's there is what's important?
Correct.
Because when you find the particles that have all 3 of those, that is what's the most meaningful of all of this.
Yes.
And that's because for the single, just lead, we could come up with some reason why that might be there, right?
Correct.
And for even the consistent with, maybe you can come up with some reasons why it's there.
Correct.
But when we start talking about those characteristic particles, that means it's gunshot residue.
Correct. And the reason why I list out the other 2 classes, if you will, the consistent and commonly associated with, is because I expect to see all 3 types in the discharge of a firearm.
So when we are looking for the discharge of a firearm in a, we'll call it vehicle, as we were talking about here, you wouldn't expect to only find the characteristic particles.
No, I would not.
You would expect to find the single particles, the 2 combination, and all 3 together.
That's correct.
Exactly what you found here.
Correct.
I have no other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any, sir. You can step down.
Thank you.
State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right here in front of my clerk, be sworn in?
Can you please spell your first and last name? Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, you're going to walk around the court reporter. Have a seat to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Ray Hermosillo. I'm employed with the Rexburg Police Department.
Where is Rexburg Police Department?
Rexburg is a little town in southeast Idaho.
How long have you worked for the Rexburg Police Department?
I've been with Rexburg since 2001.
And can you tell us your different jobs or duties over the years at that department?
Sure. I started in patrol in 2001 as a normal patrolman. I worked patrol for about 18 years before I was promoted to detective in 2019. During that 18 years, I was able to obtain numerous certificates. I currently hold a supervisor certificate and an advanced certificate through Post Academy. In 2019, I was promoted to detective. I currently am a lieutenant over the detective division.
So in 2019, you were working as a detective in Rexburg. How big is that city?
Rexburg is roughly probably 40,000.
Okay. How many detectives are there?
Currently, we have 7 detectives for the 40,000 people.
And back in 2019?
About the same, 7.
And did you cover sort of any investigations in every investigation as a detective in Rexburg?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to bring you to November 1st of 2019. Did you speak with a Detective Nolan McDermott from the Gilbert Police Department here in Arizona?
I did.
Were you asked to aid the Gilbert Police Department by locating and impounding a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with a Texas license plate LWD 0997?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you provided with an address where that Jeep might be located?
I was.
Are you familiar with 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, Rock Creek townhomes.
Okay, so those are townhomes. Are there multiple units there?
Correct.
Were you provided with a unit 175 that would potentially be relevant to this case?
Yes, I was told that 175 was where I needed to focus. 175, 174.
When you were given this information, were you provided with a probable cause statement from Detective McDermott?
I was on November 1st of 2019.
And knowing that you were going to be looking for this Jeep to seize it, did you obtain a search warrant?
Yes, I did.
So on November 1st, did you go out to 565 Pioneer Road, Unit
did.
175?
Yes, we did.
Did you go with someone else?
I'm sorry, could you
Sure.
repeat that?
Did you go with someone else or were you by yourself?
No, I went with other detectives.
And what did you do when you got out there?
We were asked by Gilbert Police to perform intermittent surveillance to see if we can locate the 2018 Jeep Wrangler. So that's exactly what we did. We went out, performed surveillance, and we were unable to locate the Jeep on November 1st.
Now, had you been provided with the name Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Had you been provided with the name Alexander Cox?
Yes, we have.
Were you looking for the Jeep that belonged to Lori Vallow?
Correct.
Okay. When you were doing surveillance of Unit 175, did you take any photos of the individuals who you saw going into and out of that residence?
We did. We took a couple photos of some individuals coming out of the garage and going into the garage area of 175.
Did you see that person go into any vehicles?
We did.
Was that a male or female you saw?
That was a female, Lori Vallow.
Do you see that person that you saw going in and out of Unit 175 and getting in and out of the vehicle that you saw in Rexburg, Idaho on November 1st in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she's wearing?
She is at the defendant's table in a blue coat with a light blue shirt and red glasses.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Good job.
Did you, in fact, follow Ms. Vallow in a vehicle to another location and back to the Unit 175?
We did. We followed her to Walgreens in Rexburg off of Main Street, then followed her back to her residence at 175.
What kind of vehicle was she driving at that time?
A blue Nissan Rogue.
Okay. I've shown defendant exhibits 126 and 127. If I may have my paralegal approach. And you said you took photos of those. I'm showing you 126 and 127. Can you let me know if you recognize those? Do you recognize those as photos taken from surveillance on November 1st of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
State will move to admit 126 and 127.
Any objection?
Just relevant, Your Honor.
They're admitted. 126, 127.
Now, you told us that, if I can have the Elmo, that the defendant, Ms. Vallow, was driving a blue Nissan Rogue. Did that have an Arizona license plate of CRT 2994?
Yes, ma'am.
We're showing here exhibit 126. I'm going to pull out some. Although we can't really see well. When there's no glare, is Ms. Vallow going into the residence here?
That is correct. That's Miss Vallow.
And this is Unit 175.
Correct.
And then 127 is her going further into it, albeit the glare here, we can't really see that.
Yes, ma'am.
So did you find the Jeep that you were looking for, that 2018 Jeep with the Texas plates when you were there on November 1st?
No, we did not. Not on November 1st.
Did you search the whole complex?
We did.
So did you go back again later to try to locate the Jeep?
Yes, we looked for the Jeep. November 1st was a Friday in 2019. We looked for the Jeep all weekend and were unable to locate it. I was finally able to locate it Monday morning, November 4th.
So did you went back to look again on Monday morning to 565 Pioneer Road and you saw the Jeep?
I was on my way home from the gym and looked over to my right and saw the Jeep parked outside of apartment 175.
What did you do when you saw it?
I had Erickson Tow Company seize the Jeep and tow it to our impound lot.
Is that an internal or external lot?
We have both external and internal, but we towed it and put it inside our impound lot, inside.
Did you let the Gilbert Police Department know you had located and seized that Jeep?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Did you attempt to contact Lori Vallow to let her know you took the Jeep?
We did several times that day. We made attempts to go over and knock on the door to let Miss Vallow know that we had her Jeep in case they wondered if it was stolen or impounded. And we were unable at any time to make contact with Miss Vallow, and nobody had called the police department stating their Jeep was missing either.
So you never received a call from Lori Vallow to report her Jeep stolen?
No,
Never got a call from Alex Cox saying a Jeep was stolen?
no.
So you have the Jeep on the 4th of November. Do you coordinate with the Gilbert Police Department for them to come to Rexburg, Idaho to be able to process the Jeep?
We did.
Did you in fact author the search warrant for them to be able to take things like DNA swabs and GSR kits and things like that?
Yes.
Were you present when that search warrant was executed on November 18th of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Were you just watching and allowing them to do the processing?
That's correct.
When you were there on November 18th, as well as when you impounded the Jeep, did you note anything about the tinting on the rear windows of that Jeep?
I noticed that the tinting on the Jeep was extremely dark. It appeared darker than Idaho state law allows.
From the outside, trying to look inside, were you able to see into the vehicle?
Not unless I got right up to the window.
Okay. Did you learn during this investigation that that Jeep had been taken to Dan Moss's tinting on September 25th to have those windows tinted?
I did learn that later on in the investigation, yes.
Okay. But at that time, you did not know that.
That's correct.
On December 18th of 2019 was a second search warrant executed on that Jeep Wrangler.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you author that search warrant as well?
I did.
And were you again present for the execution of that search warrant?
Yes, I was.
Were photographs taken of the Jeep?
Yes, they were.
Were photographs taken of receipts inside the Jeep?
Yes.
When the Jeep was being processed on December 18th and photographs were taken of the receipts, did you note a receipt inside that was related to or that came from Arizona?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice a receipt from Arizona that was from October 1st of 2019?
Yes, I did.
Understanding that you were being asked by the Gilbert Police to investigate a shooting on October 2nd, did you feel that was relevant?
Yes, ma'am.
Shown the defendant exhibits 128 through 134, if I can have my paralegal approach. Do you recognize those as photos taken of the Jeep from the search warrant that was executed on December 18th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
State will move to admit 128 through 134.
Any objection?
No objection.
128 through 134 admitted.
So 128, were these just some overall photos of this Jeep?
Yes, that's correct.
In 129, do we see a tag from Texas that also reflects the license plate number up here, the LWD 0997?
Yes.
Is this, again, the side to show that dark tinting on that?
Correct.
That's the license plate that was on the Jeep that you impounded?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that show the whole back of the Jeep?
Yes.
I know you were present both on November 18th and now on December 18th, a month later. When this Jeep was being processed with this tire on it, were you guys able to open that rear window while the tire was still on the Jeep?
No, we weren't able to.
And then is this the other side of the Jeep itself?
Correct.
In Exhibit 134, does this show sort of different receipts and stuff found in the Jeep itself?
Yes.
And does that include focus? a receipt from Los Favoritos at 5351 South Power Road in Mesa, Arizona?
Correct.
And does it show a date of October 1 of 2019?
Yes.
And although it's getting blurry here, is it the timestamp 1312 hours?
Yes, it is.
So this receipt, let me ask you this, from the time that you impounded the Jeep on November 4th, was it always in your custody until this executed search warrant on December 18th?
Yes, it was.
And so this Jeep that you impounded on November 4th had a receipt from October 1st of 2019 at 1312 hours from a restaurant in Mesa, Arizona.
That's correct.
And you were aware at that time that Brandon Boudreaux had been shot at on October 2nd, 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
So this was from the day before.
Right.
When you were working with the Gilbert Police Department, you told us that you had done some surveillance from November 1st until you recovered the Jeep on November 4th. Later in November, did you have some additional time to do surveillance at the 565 Pioneer Road? Specifically November 26th.
Yes, we did.
On November 26th, did you have contact with a person by the name of Chad Daybell?
Yes, I did.
On November 26th of 2019, who did you understand that to be in relation to Lori Vallow?
Lori's current husband.
Was there anyone with Chad Daybell when you saw him on November 26th?
It was also Lori's brother, Alex Cox, that was with Chad Daybell at that time.
Can you describe for us the circumstance you saw these two on November 26th? Where were they? Were they around a vehicle, around a townhome?
So when we made contact with Chad, and Alex, they were unloading Alex's pickup truck, unloading items from the back of it into the garage of apartment 175. And that's when I initially made contact with both of them.
You said that they were getting out of a vehicle. What kind of vehicle was it?
It was a gold Ford pickup truck.
Was it a Ford F-150?
Yes,
Do you recall if it had Arizona plates on it?
it did have Arizona plates. I
Were
believe
they, I guess, personalized plates?
they were personalized.
Was that a CPQUINT?
Yes, CP Quint.
At this time, when you are at this apartment complex on November 26th, is it your understanding that Lori Vallow is living at those Rock Creek townhomes?
That's correct.
Was it your understanding at that time that Alex Cox was living in the Rock Creek townhomes as well on November 26th?
At that time, yes, we knew he was at the Rock Creek townhomes.
I've shown the defendant exhibit 135. I could have my paralegal approach.
Thank you.
Is that just sort of an aerial overview of the Rock Creek apartments that we're talking about
Yes, it is.
at 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that show where Unit 175 is?
Does.
State will move to admit 135.
Any objection?
Just foundation, Your Honor.
135 is admitted.
Okay. So we see here, this is Pioneer Road. Is this the Rock Creek townhomes?
Yes, it is.
Using Exhibit 135, are you able to tell us approximately where Unit 175 is located?
Is there a pointer I can use or?
Could he point to the
Behind you.
TV behind you?
Look behind.
If you could get up and,
Go ahead.
thank you. So if you could point to, yeah,
175, the back of 175 is roughly here, and the front door is this way. So the garage, where I first made contact with Alex and Chad both, we're right back here.
Detective, maybe if you could go to this side. Sorry, just the other side so the jury doesn't have to look through you. Thank you.
The Jeep was located on November 4th, parked in a stall right here.
So that's where you located it on the 4th. And that's right near the 175 you're describing?
Correct, right in front of the 175 garage.
Now, you told us that you also knew that at that time Alex Cox was living at the Rock Creek Townhomes. Can you show us where that was, what unit that was, approximately?
107 is where Alex Cox was living, and it was roughly here, the front door to 107.
Okay. During this time on November 26th, did you learn that a Melanie Boudreaux was also living at the Rock Creek Townhomes?
Yes, I did.
What unit did she live in?
She lived in 174, which is right next door to Ms. Vallow's residence at 175.
Thank you. You can be seated now. Now, did you become, were documentation obtained along with an affidavit for the rental application for Lori Vallow to live at 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, they were.
Did the documentation show her as renting unit 107?
Yes, it showed Lori Vallow as the renter of apartment 107.
Did you ever see her over at apartment 107?
No, I didn't.
So on November 1st, you saw her at 175?
That's correct.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 162, which is pursuant to 803 and 902 with the affidavit authenticating them from the custodian of records.
All right. Any objection?
No objection.
Can you give me the number again?
162.
162 submitted.
So 162, we see the application for Lori Vallow to rent 565 Pioneer Road, number 7. Is that correct?
Number 107, yes.
107. And that was submitted on August 14th?
Correct, the way I understand it.
Okay. And did that indicate a vehicle of a Jeep Wrangler with the LWD 0997?
Yes,
That's the Jeep that you impounded on the 4th?
that's correct.
And did it also indicate a Nissan Rogue blue, no license plate at that time?
Correct.
And is that the type of vehicle that you had seen Lori Vallow driving when you were doing surveillance on the 1st of November?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you told us that Alex Cox also lived in this townhome complex. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you know what unit he rented in his paperwork? Was it 175?
Yes, Alex was the renter in apartment 175.
Now, We're talking about November 26th, where you're doing some surveillance. You have interactions with Chad Daybell and with Alex Cox outside of Unit 175.
Correct.
Did you go to Unit 105 to see if Lori Vallow was there?
We went to Unit 107,
107, yeah, I'm sorry.
see if Lori was there, and there was nobody there at that apartment.
Were you aware then that the rental paperwork for Alex Cox, along with an affidavit authenticating those records being kept in the normal course of business, was obtained from the Rooftop Real Estate Management Company for Alex Cox's rental of Unit 175?
Yes, we didn't obtain that on the 26th of November, but later throughout the investigation, yes, ma'am.
Correct. State will move to admit those pursuant to 803 and 902, Exhibit 160.
Any objection?
No objection.
160 is admitted.
And so, although this is a tough thing to read, do we see the 26th day of August of 2019, Alexander Cox?
Yes.
And does the letter from the Realty Management say that Alex Cox had rented 565 Pioneer at Unit 175?
That's correct.
Now, you told us that on the 26th of November, you had contact with Chad Daybell and Alex Cox near Unit 175. Did you go to Unit 175 to see if anyone was inside there?
We knocked on apartment 175. We also knocked on apartment 174, which is where Lori's niece lived, to see if maybe they were over there. And we were unable to make contact with anybody at all three apartments.
Okay. Now, the next day on November 27th, were search warrants executed on units 107, 174, and 175?
Yes, they were.
Was anyone home in any three of these residences when they were executed?
No, there was not.
I'm going to talk about Unit 107, the one that was in the rental paperwork rented to Lori Vallow. Can you describe for us what you saw when you went into that unit?
Apartment 107 was completely vacant. It looked like everybody had moved out. There wasn't anything in the entire apartment, so we assumed that nobody had lived there because it was vacant.
So no furniture,
No, ma'am.
no groceries?
Nothing. Like it was ready to be moved in for a new tenant.
Okay. When you went into Unit 175, where you had seen Miss Vallow going into previously after making the trip to the Walgreens on November 1st, what did it look like inside that unit?
So 175 was different. There was furniture, food in the pantry, food in the refrigerator, beds. It looked like somebody was living there. But as we went upstairs into the master bedroom and other bedrooms, the entire closet was completely empty, other than just empty hangers. So it looked like somebody had just grabbed everything hanging. There were no clothes, and just took off with what they had.
Were photographs taken inside Unit 565 of Pioneer, or I'm sorry, 565 Pioneer Road, Unit 175 during that search warrant?
Yes, photos and also a video.
Okay. Did each of these units have their own garage as well?
They did.
So I'm going to start with the interior of that residence. When you were inside unit 175, did you see any documentation in there relating to renting a storage unit for Lori Vallow?
Yes, we did. We found a rental agreement in the master bedroom on what I believe to be was a copier, where it detailed the address of the storage unit, self-storage plus, and also the storage unit number, which was C52.
I wonder if I've shown the defendant exhibit 136 through 138, if my paralegal can approach.
Thank you.
And is that showing sort of the outside of the unit and then a photograph of that document that you located that you just told us about?
Yes, ma'am.
State will move to admit 136 through 138.
Any objection?
No objection.
136 through 138 are admitted.
Okay. So 137, do we see the front of units 175? Oops,
Yeah, it's cut off.
Let me pull out.
There you go. Yes, 175. It's the one with the toys out front.
where would 174 be in relation to this?
To the left of that apartment.
So
Yep,
this
right
one?
over there.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So this apartment was technically rented to Alex Cox, but inside it had some indicia of Lori Vallow.
That's correct.
I'm putting up 138. So when we see this, we see at the top, you said C52. Is that a storage unit location?
That's the number of the storage unit at the storage location, correct?
Okay. And down here, do we see a date when this was executed?
Yes, October 1st, 2019.
And what name is on this?
Lori Ryan.
Did you learn in your investigation that Lori Vallow, before she became Lori Vallow, was Lori Ryan?
That's correct.
So she was Lori Ryan, then Lori Vallow, and now Lori Daybell?
Correct.
Does this show the location of the storage facility?
Yes, it does.
Self-storage plus at 433 Airport Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is that in relation to 565 Pioneer Road? Is it far away?
No, it's roughly probably a half a mile north. If you stay on Pioneer, you'll run right into Airport Road. It is on the north side of Main Street, so about a half a mile away.
Inside the residence, did you see any like women's clothing or anything else like that that appeared to be consistent with Lori Vallow? And I know you told us most of it was gone.
We found women's clothing in the garage in apartment 175.
So in the garage, can you describe for us what the garage was like? I mean, what did you see when you went into the garage? Were there cars in there?
No, so in the garage of 175, there were boxes. It appeared people had been moving things into the garage of 175. So there were plastic containers full of various items. There were boxes full of clothes. There were prepper barrels for water storage. Just various different things that it looked like people had moved in.
So in addition to having furniture and clothing and all sorts of stuff, did you find any paperwork in the garage that was related to Alex Cox?
We did.
Things like passports and bills.
Correct.
Did you find any weapons in the garage?
We found several weapons in the garage, yes.
Now, since you were working with the Gilbert Police Department, had you been advised that Brandon Boudreaux had seen a rifle barrel come out of the Jeep Wrangler and then fire at him?
Correct.
So were you looking for any rifles when you were going through that garage?
Yes, we were.
Did you photograph all of those?
We did.
I've shown defendant exhibits 139 through 159. If I can have my paralegal approach.
Go ahead.
Do you recognize all of those as photos of sort of the indicia of Alex Cox, as well as the various weapons that were located in the garage of Unit 175?
Yes, ma'am.
The state will move to admit 139 through 159.
Any objection?
Just cumulative, Your Honor. There's like 20-something of those. I don't know how many they actually need.
Can I look at them? All right, they're admitted.
So, and I think I called you detective earlier, I apologize, Lieutenant. To be clear, Unit 175 was rented by Alex Cox, correct?
Correct.
But on November 1st, you saw Lori Vallow going into that unit.
Correct.
You saw her Nissan Rogue in the garage,
Correct.
and you found her Jeep Wrangler parked near Unit 175.
That's correct.
And 107 that she rented was on the other side of the complex.
Correct.
Was she ever seen in any of the surveillance over at 107?
No.
So in the garage, I'm going to put up exhibit 139. Did you find indicia such as Alex Cox's passport
Yes, we did.
and things like credit cards for him,
Correct.
tax paperwork for Alex Cox,
Yes.
mail for Alex Cox?
Yes.
As you were going through all of this paperwork, in the garage, we can see a little bit here where they're just bins of belongings that appeared to be his in the garage.
Yeah, that's what we assumed it was his. It was mixed in with his personal effects.
Okay. So you also found clothing in there that appeared to be male,
Yes,
and then furniture in there.
correct.
You told us that you were looking for any types of weapons. So I have Exhibit 145. Did you see sort of a rifle and a case, and 146 showing that rifle?
Yes,
Do we see in 147 another case? And 148, and then 149 showing that rifle.
correct.
What's this?
That's a scope.
Was there anything on any of these rifles that would indicate you could attach a silencer or anything onto the end?
Yes, there were a few rifles that had threaded barrels. In this photograph, you can see the difference. That is a threaded barrel that you could screw a silencer or suppressor on the end of a rifle.
Okay. And so we see sort of some close-up. This seemed to have its own, I guess, to give padding for the person using that.
Correct.
And then showing sort of the scope itself. Was
Yes.
there in that bag ammunition with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there boxes of ammunition?
Yes.
Was there all kinds of ammunition?
There was a lot of ammunition.
Were there extra rifle barrel parts?
Correct.
Were each of those laid out to be photographed, that of the rifles that were located?
Yes.
So we see in 156, is that one of the rifles that was located?
Yes.
157, was that one of the other rifles that was located?
Yes.
158, another rifle that was located?
Yes, ma'am.
And then 159, what do we see here and here? Are those extra parts?
Different uppers for rifles, correct.
Okay. So these could be changed out with the stock.
Yes.
We heard that you also executed a search warrant on 565 Pioneer Road, Unit 174. Was that the unit you told us was rented by Melanie Boudreaux?
Correct.
When you were executing this search warrant, were you aware that Melanie Boudreaux had been married to Brandon Boudreaux, the individual who was the victim in this case you're helping Gilbert with?
Yes.
So during this search warrant of Unit 175, you learned that Lori Vallow had rented that Unit C52 at the Self-Storage Plus business in Rexburg, Idaho?
Right.
And were video and an affidavit authenticating the surveillance video obtained later from the Self-Storage Plus?
Yes, it was.
Did you obtain video from the day that Lori Vallow rented the unit on October 1st?
We did.
Did you obtain video from the day of the shooting, October 2nd?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you obtain video from the day after that, October 3rd?
Yes.
Did you obtain video for longer than that, but for our portion, those 3 days?
Correct.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 164 pursuant to the affidavit and Rule 803 and 902.
Any objection to 164?
No, Your Honor.
164 is admitted.
And Your Honor, if we can publish it and have the detective explain to us some of this. I apologize, I called you detective again. Lieutenant, sorry.
Fine.
Before we start, in these videos, does the storage unit or storage company have numerous channels showing different aspects of the business?
Yes,
Does channel 1 sort of show the parking lot and entrance and exit to the storage units themselves?
correct.
And does channel 3 show a driveway outside one of the rows of storage units?
Correct.
And channel 4 shows a different drive outside of this row of storage units?
Correct.
Do we have a channel 5 that shows sort of where the vehicles would park to go into where C52 is?
Yes,
And does channel 11 show actually the hallway of where unit C52 is located?
correct.
You previously told us that you had done that surveillance on November 11th of 2019, and you saw at Unit 175, Lori Vallow getting out of a blue Nissan Rogue with the Arizona license plate CRT 2994, correct?
No, we previously did that November 1st,
November 1st.
2019.
And that's when you followed her and saw her both driving that vehicle as well as parking it at Unit 175.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were watching these videos, did you see that same blue Nissan Rogue with the Arizona license plate CRT 2994 coming and going to the storage unit C52?
We did, yes.
Shown defendant 166 and 167. I can approach. You recognize these as stills from the surveillance video from that storage unit business showing the Nissan Rogue that you previously have described as seeing Lori Vallow driving on November 1st of 2019.
Yes, I do.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 166 and 167.
Any objection?
No objection.
They're admitted.
.166, and this is a closer up of 167. And that's the Nissan Rogue that you saw Lori Vallow in on November 1st driving.
That's correct.
And this is the Nissan Rogue that you see in these videos from the storage unit.
Yes.
You told us that you also obtained video from future dates after October 3rd at the storage unit.
Correct.
Did you ever see the Ford F-150 with that personalized license plate at the storage facility?
Yes.
Show defendant Exhibit 165. I can have my paralegal approach. Do you recognize that as a still photo of the vehicle that you saw Alex Cox and Chad Daybell getting out of on November 26th at the Pioneer Road Complex Apartments?
Yes, I do.
State will move to admit 165.
No objection.
165 is admitted.
So does this show us that on October 6th, the truck with the CPQUINT is seen at that storage unit.
That's correct.
We can now play the videos. Starting on October 1st. And as October 1st is the day that the document shows you rented the storage unit, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So this is the earliest of the videos you were able to obtain.
Yes, ma'am.
And so we're going to go through just some of the relevant ones, ending in the 40809. Do you recognize, is this the storage unit we're talking about?
Yes, it is.
Off to the far right, we see sort of a little wall there with an opening. Is that the entrance back to where the rows of storage units are located?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that the vehicle that you have recognized Lori Vallow to have been driving at least on November 1st?
Yes.
We can go to the 40935 video. Do we see in this video in about a minute, the Nissan come out and a person get out of that vehicle and go into the facility?
Yes.
And where we see the quad pulling up is the entrance into the business, the office located there.
Yes, it is.
And I apologize, we can't go forward. It blacks it out if we try to speed it up. So is this the Nissan Rogue we've been talking about?
Yes.
We see an individual getting out of the car and going to the office. Do you recognize who that is?
Yes, I do.
Who do you recognize that to be?
Lori Vallow.
How do you know that's her? Have you seen her over the last 5 years multiple times?
I've seen her, had interactions with her, so I know that to be Lori Vallow.
Okay. So you recognize the vehicle as well as her?
Yes, ma'am.
I think we can go to the 42009 video. And just so we're clear, a lot of these videos may just show the car parked there, but as long as the car was there, you guys obtained it.
Correct.
Do you recognize someone coming out now with a paper in their hand?
Yes.
And who do you recognize that as?
Also Lori Vallow.
Was this the only entrance and exit to the storage units, what we see here?
I believe that is, yeah, the only exit and entrance.
So whenever someone comes in or out, we see it on this video.
That's correct.
So then the last video, just to show the car leaving, is that the 43224, if we could show that. So we see her leaving at 2:32 in the afternoon.
Correct.
Okay. And we talked about other channels. Can we look at channel 3, driveway A, 42331? Channel 3, 42331. Thank you. Can you describe for us here the building and the vehicle there? That's sort of right where we see the 10-1 of 2019. Is that the unit where C52 is located?
Yes, it is.
Is that the Nissan Rogue?
Yes, it is.
This is one angle that we see. We talked about there's also an angle from inside the building, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if we can go to, just to show the leaving, 43133 from that same channel 3. So this shows Ms. Vallow leaving in her Nissan Rogue.
That's correct.
We can go to channel 11 to show the inside of the storage unit, 42305. So this is still October 1st, the day she's rented this, correct?
Yes.
Where is unit 52 or C52?
It's at the end of the hallway on the left-hand side from this camera angle.
Is that the unit that we see this person at?
Yes, ma'am.
And although it's far away, do you recognize who that is?
Absolutely.
Who is that?
Lori Vallow.
And when you follow the timestamps of all of these videos together of the vehicle going in, renting the unit, going through, do they all sort of coincide to show her coming from renting the unit to then coming into C52?
They do.
In this video, do we see anyone with Lori Vallow as she's putting bins or whatever into this unit?
No.
So she's by herself on the first.
Correct.
Okay. And then if we can just show channel 5, the 42129. And if we can stop at around 142140. Does this show that Nissan Rogue leaving? Oops.
Yes, it does.
And did that show the plate, if we back it up a little, which we don't need to do, CRT 2994?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I want to go to October 2nd now. Did you obtain footage that showed Lori Vallow driving that Nissan Rogue back to the storage unit again on October 2nd?
Yes, we did.
And so October 2nd is the day of the shooting?
That's correct.
Starting at channel 1, do we see that Nissan arrive in the 32459 video around 1:25 in the afternoon? Is this the Nissan Rogue that belongs to Lori Vallow arriving to the storage facility on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, it is.
We can show channel 3, video 32624. That the Nissan Rogue pulling up to the row that contains unit C52?
Yes.
On October 2nd of 2019, how many people were helping put stuff into the storage unit?
2 people, male and a female.
Did you recognize who those 2 people were?
Yes, I did.
Who did you recognize them to be?
Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell.
We show video 32742. See those 2 people getting out of the vehicle
Yes.
and going into the building.
Yes.
On this day, did you see these 2 individuals putting any items into unit C52?
Yes.
If we can go to 32830. Were you able to determine what that item was?
Appeared to be a tire.
We'll keep watching this. Do they take another item into the storage unit as well before we move into the interior view? Now, from this angle, were you able to really tell what it was that they brought in for that second item?
Not really from this angle.
Let's go then to the inside camera view, channel 11, video 32901. So is that the tire that we previously saw come out of the back of that Nissan Rogue?
Yes, that's the tire that Mr. Daybell is rolling down into the storage unit.
So we see them both carrying in something, one at each end.
Yes.
And those were the only two items they put in?
That's correct.
We can go back to channel 3 to 33116. Is that them leaving?
Yes, ma'am.
And then one of the driveways in there in channel 4, video 32605, are we able to see the license plate like previously as it drove by that camera?
Yes.
So if we stop it earlier, is that the same Nissan Rogue with the same license plate we've been discussing?
That's correct.
Do you want to break now instead of the next day?
All right, let's take our afternoon recess, approximately 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Hello, hello, everybody. Let me make sure you can hear me. Let's see. Yeah, my circle is moving. My circle is moving. Wow, today is a lot of information. Am I right? It's a lot. Let me catch up
Anything we need
on.
to discuss before recess?
Nothing from the state?
Defense?
Okay, I muted myself because I thought they were going to say some more, but I guess not. Let's see. Karen says there was a documentary with JJ's grandparents when searching for the children, and there was footage of them. I can't even. Carrying something that resembled the size and shape of a small child. It's sick. It's really sick. Thank you so much for being here, Agatha. I'll do this again tomorrow. Good night. Yeah, there's a lot. They're going right into the nitty-gritty, and it's like they're saying the same thing over and over again, and they're having the witnesses all kind of prove the same point, which, it's good because it's multiple ways of verifying the information. Yep, Steve, there's no feelings to cause remorse. And it's almost it's like more than just a lack of remorse. It's like I did what was good for the world, right? Like I had a mission. So not only do I not regret doing it, but I did everybody a favor almost. You guys, my voice has gotten really, I think I'm getting sick because my throat. I recorded a couple videos today and I feel like my voice is so awful in them. So I'm glad you guys are sticking around, and it's kind of nice that we're able to have all of this time together and I don't have to talk a lot through it. So yeah, lots of prosecution. They're showing the same thing over and over again. And I don't really know why she's not poking holes. Like I think any lawyer, that's what they would have done. Um, I'm trying to remember who was that first witness we saw. Oh, the forensic with the gunshot residue. I would have asked questions like, well, do you know when that gunshot residue got there? Could it have happened a year ago, for example? So then it's not that it happened on October 2nd, which is the date, I think, of the attempted murder, right? I think that would have been a very good way to add. Yep, it reinforces the case. Thank you, Peekaboo. TM, that's a good point. What did T? Yeah, she can't reality test. Cat. I think anybody, if you're defending yourself, right? You don't bear the what is it? The bear the burden of proof. That's the prosecution. The defense's goal is to poke holes in whatever the prosecution is saying. They don't have to prove that um, the defendant is innocent. They just have to show that however the evidence was obtained was not correct, or the analysis of the evidence wasn't correct, or the witness is not credible. Yeah, yeah, Carol. So this took place in 2019 and trying in 2025. And it depends because one of our amendments, I forget which one. It's either fourth, fifth, or sixth. I can't remember which one, but you have the right to a speedy trial. And if I'm not mistaken, in Brian Koberger's case, was it Brian Koberger that he waived his right to a speedy trial? I think it was. You know what? I'm gonna check. Um, I'm pretty sure it was his. The witnesses, the prosecution were very, yeah, agreed, Carol. They're very detail oriented. So I think Colton Cake, they're trying to show I think the tire is the biggest thing. That on October 1st or on October 2nd, that tire was moved by Lori and Chad into the storage unit. So I still feel it's going to be very hard to tie Lori to this because Lori could say, I was just removing the tire, right? No big deal. So I don't know how they're going to say directly that Lori knew that Alex was going to shoot through that window and they needed to remove the tire. Speedy trial is where mistakes are made. Okay, so yes, Brian Koberger waived his right to a speedy trial. Oh wait, am I? Sorry, I think I spelled the name wrong. Steve says she asked about GSR particles because that's all she looked up and read. Exactly. She knew yesterday what makes up the GSR particles. And then today she didn't even ask. Yeah, see, there's a lot that she could have done there, I feel. Hi, no, you're not late, an old geezer. I think it goes for another hour and a half probably. So yeah, and can you imagine being this witness? He's been on the stand for a long time and asks. I feel like I would be very exhausted listening to that many questions. Yes, I think it's gonna have to come down to that, TM. It's gonna have to be some type of communication between her and Alex. And yesterday, I think they were showing the cell phone exchanges and that there was a burner phone that was purchased and it only called um, Chad, I think. Yeah. Carol says this was what happened between George Martin versus Florida. They got a speedy trial and it ended in acquittal. Colt says so they took the back tire off to get a clearer shot. They took the back tire off so that they could open that window because that's where the rifle came out of that back window. If the tire's there, that window doesn't open. Okay, Steve says Koberger probably wanted time to remove the internet evidence. Well, if it's on the internet, it's there forever, right? Yeah. Carol says she isn't a lawyer, doesn't know how to ask questions. Seriously, like this is an example we're watching in real time where ego really um I mean it's going to be the end of her. And I draw connections to Megan with this because how many times has Megan thought that she knows PR and she knows how to um, apply for patents and she doesn't know and she doesn't trust the experts. So she tries to do it and makes a mess out of everything. There is text between Melanie. Ooh, Karen, I didn't know this. So there are texts between Melanie, Alex, and Lori about insurance money. That's why Melanie is under investigation. I I really think they need to bring a case against Melanie. And you know what? Melanie may have been a good, I don't know. So between Melanie and Lori, who would fold? Like, could they have one of them testify against the other? I don't know. Yeah, Lori, exactly. Lori's on death row anyway. So it's almost better to go for Melanie, have Lori turn on Melanie, but it doesn't look like that's going to be. Yep, cats, stupid people who think they're clever. Yeah, they think they're the smartest person in the room. In Freudian, TM says, in Freudian psychology, the ego is in charge of reality, resting and keeping the superego and ID and id in check. Yeah, yeah, she definitely doesn't have her superego in check. And it's been a long time since I studied um, the ego, the superego, and id. So I hope I got that right. Yeah, reality testing. Karen says that's why Lori has been trying to throw Melanie under the bus. I really think that would have been maybe one of the best ways to get this done because Lori, like you all said, she's already in prison, but Melanie's not. Okay, so this is what I have. So, yes, in August 2023, Koberger officially waived his right to a speedy trial, which postponed the originally scheduled trial date of oh, look at that, it was October 2nd, indefinitely. His legal team requested more time to prepare. Yep, and it looks like it's starting up, you guys, in August. So, um, and that's going to be several weeks long. So I hope you all will join me and we'll live stream that one too. An old geezer says, came from Dawn's live earlier. Didn't know you had a crime channel. Yeah, this one's it's new and I've never watched a trial like live in person. So I'm really excited that I get to share it with all of you. So thanks everyone for being here. 11 of you. 11 of you, and that number has stayed like roughly the same. So you guys are in this with me for the long haul. Yeah, it's going to be crazy, Kat. The Brian Koberger trial. I mean, if you just watch this trial, and seeing like how much evidence there is, can you imagine the Brian Koberger case? There's going to be so much evidence, I'm sure. Hi, Lisa. Welcome back. It's knit like the UK. I'm not sure what that means, Kat. It's not like the UK. Yeah. And Old Geezer says was Depp versus best court case was Depp versus Amber Turd. I never watched that case, you guys. I haven't watched it. So I'm telling you, this is my first one that I'm watching it through and through. So it's exciting though. Yeah, the evidence I think is going to be overwhelming in the Brian Koberger case, just based on what we know in the public. But again, who knows what the defense is going to come with. Yeah, I've heard it was, and I've heard that the Johnny Depp's lawyer was amazing. So that's definitely one. One I'll have to go back and watch. You know what else I want to watch? I want to watch the when they interviewed Brandon, or when Brandon was the one on the stand in this trial. Oh, Carol, this is your first also? Yeah, I always watch like the Dateline and 2020 and all of those where everything is compressed and you only see the key footage from the trial. You don't really see anything. Yeah, her name, the lawyer's name was Camille Vasquez. Yeah. TM says Robert Durst was the be all end all of defendants. That guy. That guy. He's the one that didn't he was doing a podcast or something with someone, and then he went into the restroom, and while he was in the restroom, he said that they've already caught him or something like that. Is that right? Is my memory serving right? That was day one. Carol says, yeah, I'm gonna go look at that. The Durst one was good, Karen says. What does the crest behind mean? It looks like it's from Arizona because it has the state name, and Arizona, I'm assuming, joined the United States in 1912. You know, that sun that they have in the back, the sun, the mountain, and the clouds, that's what I think their license plates look like. Yeah, that guy, he's didn't he murder his best friend? What was her name? Like, he was best friends with her for years, and she helped him cover up, um, the murder of his first wife, and and I think that's what he got tried for, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, Carol says Seal of Arizona, who joined Union in 1912. It's the state seal, Lisa says. Yeah, I agree, Steve. It's super cool sharing with a lot of people. And it's nice to get all of these different perspectives, and I really enjoy looking at all of your comments while we're watching it. Um, it almost feels like we're having a watch party together, right? Yeah. TM says, yes, he murdered his friend, his wife, and his roommate. Oh my gosh. Yeah. And didn't he he's like really, really rich, but didn't he steal a tuna salad sandwich or something from a grocery store? I never watched Alec Murdaugh's trial, but I watched all of the well, not all of them, but the documentaries about it. Now that's a fall from grace, right? What a terrible, terrible human that guy is. Yeah. He was convicted after Jinx was aired. Oh, I didn't realize he passed away in January 2022. Carol. He was on the older side. Um, it took like 40 years to convict him, right? Because his wife was murdered in like what, the 70s, 80s? Am I wrong? I don't know my memory. It is so bad sometimes. Oh, did they? TM says they just let Alec talk on the stand and he screwed himself. See, that's another thing. When a defendant takes the stand, I feel like that's another indicator of a personality disorder. They usually should shoot themselves in the foot. Yeah, I think it is Latin cat. I think it is. Lisa says Alec Murdaugh's trial was something. The prosecution really put all the evidence together in closing arguments. I should watch that. Carol says, I saw that documentary on Netflix. It was so sad. His son's boat accident was the domino that toppled the empire. Was he? Oh, you guys, I'm going to go back on mute.
What's with the dog in the video? What's with All right, please be seated when you get to your seats. The jury is present. Please continue.
Thank you. So when we broke, we were looking at Exhibit 164, the videos that were obtained from the self-storage unit in Rexburg, Idaho. And we had completed watching the videos from October 2nd. So, Lieutenant, the same day that we have someone in Gilbert, Arizona, firing a rifle out of the back window of a Jeep without a spare tire, we see Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell putting a tire and what could be a bench seat into a storage unit that Lori Vallow rented.
That's correct.
So let's go to October 3rd then. We can start with channel 1, the 31049 video. Is this the same Nissan Rogue we've seen repeatedly enter?
Yes.
And then we could go to channel 4, the 31110 video. This is again the driveway. We're able to see if we stop at the license plate of that Wrangler at 131120 is the same CRT number that we've talked about for the Nissan Rogue.
Yes.
If we go to channel 3, this is where we see again the Nissan, and we'll look at video 31105. Is that sort of as we follow the vehicle through there, pulling up to the building with the C-52 in it?
Correct.
We see two people again get out of the vehicle here. If we can go to a hallway version, channel 11, 31149. We see two people coming in. Is that going to unit C52?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize who those two people are?
Yes, I do.
Who do you recognize those two people as?
That is Lori Vallow again and her brother, Alex Cox.
So we're now on October 3rd at 1:12 p.m.
Correct.
What does it appear that Alex Cox is carrying out?
Looks like a seat,
Like a bench seat,
bench seat that's kind of folded.
so we could see the two parts of that.
Correct.
And if we can go to 31254. What do we see being taken out now?
That is a tire that he's carrying.
So the previous day, we'd seen Chad Daybell rolling the tire in. Here we see Alex Cox carrying it out.
Correct.
The previous day, we had seen Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell carrying in a object of similar size to a bench seat.
Correct.
And today, we saw Alex Cox carrying that out.
By himself, correct.
We could go to then the outside to show a 31224, channel 3. And does this show sort of them, Alex Cox taking those items out and putting it into that Nissan Rogue?
That's correct.
And then if we can show channel 1, 31310. Do we see her vehicle leaving about a little before 3:15?
Yes, ma'am.
Or 13:15, I guess I should say, which is 1:15 PM?
Correct.
So if we saw in the first video we played for October 3rd, Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, and the Nissan arrive at 1:11 PM, and we see them leaving about 1:15 PM. This whole thing was about 4 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the prior day, it was around 1:26 or so when we see Chad and Lori bring those items to the storage unit.
Yes.
So the seat and tire are in the storage unit for about 24 hours.
Yes.
And they're collected the day after someone drives a Jeep, parks it in front of Brandon Boudreaux's house without a tire on it, and fires a rifle at Brandon Boudreaux.
That's correct.
As part of the investigation, were local firing ranges contacted to see if Alex Cox had ever gone to any of them?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the Unified Sportsman Club?
Yes, I am.
Is that in Rexburg, Idaho?
It is. It's just west of Rexburg, probably about 10 minutes west.
Is that a place where you could practice shooting outdoors?
Yes, it's open to the public.
What'd you say? Sorry.
It's open to the public, I'm sorry.
Is it a place where you can shoot rifles outside?
Yes,
Okay. So it's not just like an indoor range?
correct.
Okay. Were sign-in records for the Unified Sportsman Club, as well as an affidavit authenticating their sign-in records obtained?
Yes, they were.
And in going through those records, did you initially see someone by the name of Alex Cox sign in on September 3rd of 2019 at the Unified
Yes.
Sportsman's Club?
Yes, I did.
Did he even provide his phone number?
He did.
Did you later see sign-ins on September 27th and 28th that appeared familiar to you?
Yes, I did.
Were those sign-ins with just the initials CQUINT?
Yes.
Did you recognize that to be similar to Alex Cox's personalized plates?
Yes, it was just one letter off, so he was missing the initial P.
And I know later we'll talk about that, but was there searches that were found by Alex Cox for places to go shooting around this time period?
Yes, there were.
State will move to admit Exhibit 169.
Any objection to 169?
No objection.
169 is admitted.
If I met Elmo, thank you. So were these sort of copies of records that were provided from the Unified Sportsman Club in Rexburg, Idaho, of their sign-in roster?
Yes.
And do we see on September 3rd an Alex Cox at 2:50 PM?
Yes.
And the 480-351-9120, is that the phone number that has been associated with Alex Cox?
Yes.
That's his cell phone number.
Correct.
Same type of records. On September 27th, did you note a CQUINT at 3:50?
Yes.
And on September 28th, did you notice that same CQUINT at 3:10?
Yes.
So just a few days before the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, You noted some sign-ins that appeared to be one letter off from Alex Cox's license plate number
Correct.
when he is searching for shooting ranges.
Yes, ma'am.
We have heard about a burner phone that was purchased at a Walmart store. Are you familiar with Walmart store in Idaho Falls?
Yes, it's on Utah Avenue in Idaho Falls.
Is there a Walmart in Rexburg?
There is.
Is the Walmart in Idaho Falls a bigger?
No,
Okay. How far is Idaho Falls from Rexburg?
about 25 miles south.
Now, as part of the investigation, did you become familiar with a phone number that was used at the time of the shooting to call Chad Daybell?
Yes,
Started with a 304 area code.
correct.
Were you familiar with those records being obtained and them indicating that that phone had been purchased at the Walmart at Idaho Falls, store number 5494?
Yes,
Did law enforcement or police obtain a copy of the receipt from September 25th of 2019 for that burner phone that was purchased at that Walmart store 5494?
yes,
And that is the phone that was later documented to be used in Gilbert, Arizona
that's correct.
on October 2nd of 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Shown the defendant Exhibit 170. If I can admit it pursuant to 802 and 9, or 803 and 902 with its authentication.
Any objection?
Yeah, just a foundation, Your Honor.
What was the number again?
It is 170.
170 is submitted.
So 170 is got the business records affidavit from Walmart itself, correct?
Correct.
And then provided with that was a receipt for the phone that we've been discussing.
Yes,
Now, do each phone have, I guess, were you provided with IMEI numbers and MEID numbers that are sort of like a VIN number for a phone?
that's correct.
And is that how it was determined that this phone with the 304 area code was purchased at Walmart?
Yes,
So once you learned that, you were able to then obtain a receipt to show the purchase itself.
that's right.
Does it show this was purchased at 9/25 of 2019?
Yes, it does.
1917, what is that normal people time?
1910 is 710.
7:10. And then was this cash?
Yes,
So it couldn't be traced to someone who bought it.
correct.
And then we see the store number here, correct?
Yes,
Exhibit 180 has previously been admitted. These are the track phone records for the 304-960-5998 number. I'm going to go through a few of these with you. So in Exhibit 190, we see that this phone was from Walmart store.
correct.
And is that the same store number that we're talking about for the Walmart receipt that we just saw as Exhibit 170?
Yes,
And does this show, again, the same time, date and time for that purchase?
correct.
See the best way to do this. So Exhibit 180, we have a serial number as well there that's listed, correct?
Correct.
And do we see this same 352-069-108-185-769 number here
Yes,
as the phone that was activated?
yes,
So this receipt then relates to the track phone records.
correct.
And in fact, in Exhibit 180, do we see that same Walmart superstore that we've been talking about that you told us about on Utah Avenue in Idaho Falls?
Yes,
And again, the same store number, 5494,
correct.
same date and time,
Yes,
and the same account number that we have seen both on the receipt as well as the other track phone with the
Yes.
769 ending there.
yes.
So when law enforcement was learning of this phone that was in Gilbert at the time of the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, you were able to determine that it was purchased up in Idaho Falls on September 25th of 2019.
Correct.
Now, we have heard earlier in this courtroom that Melanie Boudreaux had flown from Arizona up to Idaho on September 26th. Was a search warrant written and executed to obtain flight records from Allegiant Air?
Yes, they were.
And did Allegiant Air provide records to show that Melanie Boudreaux flew from Mesa Gateway Airport to Idaho Falls on September 26th of 2019?
Yes,
Did those records show that Melanie Boudreaux flew from Idaho Falls, Idaho, back to Mesa on Sunday, September 29th of 2019?
yes, they did.
Was an affidavit from Allegiant Air obtained authenticating those and indicating they are kept in the normal course of their business?
Yes, there was.
State will move to admit these pursuant to 803 and 902.
What's the number again?
171.
Any objection?
Relevant, Your Honor.
The exhibit's admitted.
So again, we have the affidavit. Do we see here record showing that Melanie Boudreaux flew from Mesa Gateway Airport on September 26th to Idaho Falls?
Yes,
And then the return flight back to Mesa Gateway Airport from Idaho Falls on September 29th of 2019?
yes,
And you told us Idaho Falls, is that the closest major airport to Rexburg?
That's correct.
We'd heard Rexburg has a small airport. Does it have commercial flights there?
No, no commercial flights flying to Rexburg.
So the closest commercial flights would be Idaho Falls.
Yes.
As this investigation continued, was a search warrant written on December 30th of 2019 to obtain the Google Gmail records relating to Alex Cox's cell phone, the 480-351-9120?
Yes, it was.
And was it learned that he had an email address of Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com?
Correct.
Had you seen that Gmail account when you executed the search warrant back on November 26th?
Yes, so there's a device found in apartment 175 in the garage amongst Alex's personal belongings that still was signed in under the Homer J. Maximus Gmail account. So we were able to confirm that that was in fact one of Alex's Gmail accounts.
And were those Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com records that contained GPS and Wi-Fi mapping information provided to the FBI CAST analyst Nick Balance?
Yes.
And did those records contain data and information, both Wi-Fi, GPS, as well as searches, maps, and other activities for the time range around the shooting on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, it did.
Now, when you were looking at these, let me ask you this, did you go through these Google or Gmail records for Homer J. Maximus?
Yes, I was tasked with going through each of the records associated with Homer J. Maximus.
When you obtained those records from Google, did they have an affidavit authenticating them?
They did.
Did you look at those records to see if there were things in there that seemed to be relevant to this investigation for the October 2nd, 2019 shooting?
Yes, I did.
Did they contain things such as searches for places to shoot near Rexburg?
Yes.
Did it contain searches for things like window tint shops?
Yes, it did.
Did it contain searches for things like how to load your own ammunition?
Yes.
Best projectiles for long range?
Yes.
Did it have searches for ballistic charts and ballistic trajectory calculators?
Yes.
Did it have searches for Manshot and Gilbert?
Yes.
Were there maps to Dan's window tinting?
There were.
Was there maps and searches for 3875 East Phelps Road in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes, there were.
When you looked at the timing of those searches and the maps, was there searches for 3875 East Phelps Road in Gilbert, Arizona, both on October 1st in the evening as well as in the morning of October 2nd prior to the shooting?
Yes, there were.
After the time of the shooting at 9:13 or 9:14 a.m. Gilbert time, Arizona time, were there searches for cities and locations in both Arizona as well as Utah and Idaho?
Yes.
Did those searches appear to be a route back to Idaho Falls?
Yes, it appeared they were going north.
Was the last search, in fact, Idaho Falls?
Correct.
Based upon your review of these homerjmaximus@gmail.com documents, did they appear to be related to Alex Cox?
Yes, they did.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 174 pursuant to 803 and 902.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
174 is admitted. 4, right?
174, yes. As part of the documentation that was provided by Google and their authentication, did they provide subscriber information?
Yes, they did.
So we have a subscriber of Alex Cox for the homerjmaximus@gmail.com.
Correct.
Let's start with the Chrome searches for the Homer J. Maximus. Do we see on September 27th a Chrome view for minute of angle?
Yes.
On September 28th, were there different searches for ammunition and calculators?
Yes.
At the end, we see a ballistic trajectory calculator from September 28th.
Correct.
Now, just so we're clear, this says September 28th at 3:35 a.m., but it says UTC. Does that reflect Idaho time, UTC?
No,
Or is that,
if the search was done in Idaho, it would reflect Idaho time. UTC is a Universal Time Coordinated is what it stands for. And depending on where you are at, it's either like Idaho is -6 and Arizona would be -7 hours UTC.
so if we're looking at something here that shows a search for a ballistic trajectory calculator on September 28th at 3:35 a.m., would we have to go back, subtract 6 hours to determine what time it would have been in Idaho?
That's correct.
So I'm going to use my fingers because I don't know how else to do it. So it'd be 2, 1, 12:30, 11:30, 10:30, 9:30 p.m. on September 27th?
Correct.
Okay. Do we have a shooter's calculator, ballistic trajectory calculator search on September 28th at what is shown as 5:34 p.m., again, UTC?
Yes.
So that would be the morning hours or before noon on September 28th, Idaho time?
Correct.
And then is there on September 30th a search, and again, so we show 10:10 p.m., so if we -6, we're looking at 4 in the afternoon for Phoenix weather?
Correct.
Let's look at the searches next associated with this time period, or some of them, leading up to the shooting. So you had talked about the fact that this email associated with Alex Cox that is subscribed to Alex Cox searched for places to shoot near Rexburg on the 23rd of September.
Correct.
And we see multiple shooting places to shoot searches.
Correct.
In fact, I'm going to pull it back a little bit. Do we see even outdoor places to shoot near Rexburg? Shooting Rexburg? Multiple searches of that variation around the 23rd of September.
Multiple searches and sites that are also visited.
Okay. So, and we can see searched for and visited.
Correct.
Do we see on September 23rd a search for Tint Shop Idaho Falls?
Yes.
And then we see a auto tint near me search as well.
Correct.
The 23rd of September, did you later learn that that is the day that Alex Cox reached out to Dan Moss's auto tint
Yes.
in Rexburg, Idaho?
Correct.
Some of the other searches that you saw in this Homer J. Maximus Gmail that is associated to Alex Cox, things searched for YouTube on how to load your own ammunition, as well as viewing a video on how to load your own ammunition.
Yes.
As we move on to, although it says September 25th in Idaho time, would that be on the 24th actually?
Correct.
We see a search or a visited site for best projectile for long range with 300 Win Mag. And then a visited site regarding the 300 Winchester Magnum load data.
Yes.
And September 25th is 7 days before the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes.
Do we then see different searches on a 5.56 millimeter at 500 yards, 5.56 bullet drop at 500 yards on the 28th, or again, if we calculate it to Idaho time, the 27th?
Correct.
Another visited site of a ballistic trajectory calculator. And again, would that have been September 27th?
Yes.
And so this is one of the days where you saw the sign-in at the Unified Sportsman's Club of that CQUINT,
Correct.
and an outdoor range where you could fire a rifle.
Yes, ma'am.
Now we show October 3rd of 2019, man shot in Gilbert, Arizona. Now, since this is 2:46 a.m. Universal Time, if we put this to Idaho time, we would have to go back 6 hours.
Correct.
So if we went to 1:46, 12:46, 11:46, 10, 9, 8:46 p.m. Idaho time.
Yes.
And if it was Arizona, you said it was -7.
Yes, ma'am.
So 7:46 Arizona time, PM on October 2nd,
That's correct.
the day of the shooting.
Right.
And we have a couple different searches for that around that same time period, within a couple minutes of each other.
Yes.
And in fact, is one of the last searches that we included in here, a news on Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes.
So again, although it says October 3rd at 2:53 a.m. Universal Time, that would be, depending on Idaho or Arizona time, 7 or 8 p.m. or almost 8 or 9 p.m. at that time on October 2nd,
That's correct.
that the Google account, Homer J. Maximus, that has been subscribed to Alexander Cox, associated to him, and that you saw on a device, is searching for shootings in the East Valley in Gilbert and Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes.
And lastly, as part of the Google records that were provided in reference to Alex Cox's phone number, that 480-351-9120, that is associated to the Homer J. Maximus at Gmail account, were there maps that were part of the records sent to you by Google.
Yes.
And so do we see on September 25th a search for Dan's window tinting and then a map with directions there?
Correct.
And in your investigation, did you learn that on September 25th, a Jeep Wrangler 2018 with Texas plate LWD 0997 was taken to Dan's window tinting?
Yes, I did.
And the phone number that made that appointment was Alex Cox's phone number, 480-351-9120?
That's correct.
Was there a map with directions in the Google records for Alex Cox's Homer J. Maximus Gmail account on October 1st for 2500 South Power Road, Suite 215 in Mesa, Arizona?
Yes.
So we see it as October 1st of 2019 at 8:58 p.m. What would that be Arizona time?
So it would be -7 hours, which would be 1:58 p.m.
So at 1:58 p.m., Alex Cox's Gmail is searching for directions to this Power Road location.
Yes, ma'am.
You testified earlier about a receipt from a Los Favoritos on Power Road in Mesa with a date of, or a time and date of October 1st at 1:12 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
And that Los Favoritos on Power Road was in Mesa as well.
That's correct.
As we continue with the maps, do you now begin seeing searches for and directions to 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
So although this says October 2nd, when we look at the 2:52 a.m. Universal Time, what time would this be in Arizona and what day?
That would be October 1st at 5:52 p.m. Is that right?
Or 7:52? I use the fingers, no shame.
7:52. Yes, 7:52.
All right. So 7:52 p.m. on October 1st, Alex Cox's Gmail account is searching for Brandon Boudreaux's address
That's correct.
and then asking for directions to his address.
Correct.
And in fact, are there multiple searches that evening for that address?
Yes.
What happened? Oh my gosh. And this is on a 30-minute delay. Hopefully it comes back. Court should have ended on their time, I think, because it's 4:30 my time and you add the half-hour delay and it's 5 o'clock. Steve says multiple visits to a shooting range, a ballistic range calculator, a weather report, a calculation for 500-yard bullet. Yeah. It it doesn't seem very thought for something that's premeditated. It wasn't very very well premeditated. I mean, like the tire and the bench at the storage unit, why didn't they had an entire empty townhouse, and there was no cameras there, it looks like, because that detective, he had to show his own footage of Lori entering and leaving through the garage. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, something private happened or something they don't want people on the outside to see, that's why there's that 30-minute delay. Oh my gosh, I wonder what do you guys think happened? Carol says Alex was never charged and he died of pulmonary embolism. This isn't a group of smart people. Yeah, it's true. Oh, looks like it's coming back. I see a mouse moving. That's not my mouse. What is going on? It's a good thing, Alex, you're not involved in this. I wonder what happened. Maybe the detective said something that they weren't supposed to say. That is so strange. I wonder if there's anything on the news about during this trial today. I'm gonna Google it really quick. And I don't mind if my search history comes up. That's so weird that they can just cut the feed, right? Yeah, I don't see anything. Maybe graphic evidence. He's on, I think. Use ground news.
Bauer Tools give you the confidence to take on challenging home projects. With hundreds of
Address.
Yes,
And does the next page show he's searching for directions to his address?
correct.
Now, the shooting we've heard is about 9:14 a.m. After the shooting, was there searches for locations in Arizona, beginning to go all the way up to Idaho Falls?
Yes, there were.
So again, now we see October 2nd at 4:55 p.m. We go backwards. 3, 2, 1, noon, 11, 10, 9:40 or 9:55 a.m. There's a search for Arizona Farm Road, right?
Right.
Then as we go further on, we see a search for Pine Top, Lakeside, Arizona. So again, if we take 7 off, we're looking at now 11:38 a.m. on October 2nd.
I can't see that on my screen.
I
Sorry.
apologize for that. Let me push it up. So if it's 6:28 Universal Time and we minus 7, we're looking at 11:38 a.m. on October 2nd.
That's correct.
And then we see that it was viewed in Google Maps, right?
Yes,
Then we see a search for Holbrook, Arizona.
correct.
And then we see directions to Holbrook.
Correct.
As we continue going through his records, do you see a search for probably a typo, Moa, and then later we see Moab, Utah?
Yes.
And so now we're looking at October 2nd, 10:22. So Arizona time, we're looking at 3:22 in the afternoon,
Correct.
or -6, we'd be looking at 4:22 Idaho time.
Correct.
Now, Universal time, we're still looking now at October 3rd. We're looking at a search for Fillmore, Utah. Is Utah below Idaho?
It is.
Directions to Fillmore, Utah.
Yes.
And then we can see it was viewed in Google Maps. And was the final search that is included in these records, or this exhibit to Idaho Falls Airport, what we show as October 3rd, 5:55 a.m.?
Correct.
That would be October 2nd, Idaho time?
Correct.
When we were looking at these searches, the timing for the search for the shooting in Gilbert or the shooting for Brandon Boudreaux, would that have been while this phone and this vehicle and Alex Cox were still driving from Arizona back to Idaho Falls?
Yes.
Showing defendant exhibit 175, if I can have my paralegal approach. Is that a map that shows the searches we just went through that occurred the morning of October 2nd, starting with Brandon Boudreaux's address at 3875 East Phelps Road in Gilbert, Arizona,
Yes.
and then going to the Arizona Farm Road location,
Correct.
the Pine Top search?
I don't see the Pine Top.
Holbrook,
Holbrook, I do.
Moab,
Yes, ma'am.
Fillmore,
Yes.
Idaho Falls?
Yes.
And do they reflect the times on the Google records in the UTC?
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 175.
Any objection?
No objection.
175 is admitted.
So for those of us that may have failed geography, are we able to see Arizona? I'm going to take this out of this shiny package, maybe. So this is Arizona here with the search for the Phelps Road and the time, again, that's under the UTC.
Correct.
And then these searches from there for the Arizona Farms Road that we discussed and saw,
Yes.
the Holbrook,
Yes.
Moab,
Yes.
Fillmore, and Idaho Falls.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that show a path back towards Idaho Falls and Rexburg area, consistent with when we later see Alex Cox with Lori Vallow at that storage unit?
Yes, it does.
We heard that you, about the Homer J. Maximus at Gmail account, also on December 30th, the same time that that search warrant was sent to Google for any Gmail or Google accounts associated to Alex Cox's phone number. Did that search warrant also request any Google Gmail records relating to Lori Vallow's cell phone number, 480-962-9562?
Yes, it did.
And did Google provide records for the lollytimeforever@gmail.com records?
Yes, they did.
First. This is Exhibit 172 and 173. The overall records that you obtained from those search warrants for the Homer J. Maximus and the Lolly Time Forever. The state will move to admit Exhibit 172 and 173 pursuant to 803 and 902 as the Google records for the Homer J. Maximus and the Lolly Time Forever accounts.
Any objection?
Just foundation and Crawford issue, Your Honor.
All right, they're admitted.
And you told us for the Homer J. Maximus that you had provided that to the CASP agent and that you have reviewed all those documents in the Homer J. Maximus, right?
Correct.
When you obtained the lollytimeforever@gmail.com records, did you review all those as well?
I reviewed most of them, yes.
Did those contain, let me start. So we said that those were tied to Lori Vallow's cell phone number of 480-962-9562?
Correct.
And did those contain information such as searches looking for units at 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, they did.
And other searches to identify the person, Lori Vallow, as searching for areas within Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
Is that consistent with the time that she was in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
And searches for a place to live at the time when she moved to Rexburg and moved into that 565 Pioneer Road?
Correct.
Did it also contain on September 30th of 2019 a search for how to get the back seat out of my Jeep?
Yes, it did.
Did it also contain a search for, on October 2nd of 2019, Gilbert News?
Yes.
When life calls for necessary add-ons, your home can pitch in to help with a new
Email records that were provided to you by Google as a result of that search warrant?
That's correct.
And like the Homer J. Maximus, did Google provide an affidavit authenticating those records as well?
Yes, they did.
And did they also provide a subscriber information showing this as subscribed to Lolly Vallow?
Yes.
State will move to admit 191 pursuant to 803 and 92.
Any objection?
Just the same foundational objection to
It's admitted.
the search.
So again, we have the authentication record pursuant to the search warrant that you've discussed, correct?
Correct.
You are provided with subscriber information for Lolly Vallow at lollytimeforever@gmail.com, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that Lori Vallow had provided this email address to her brother Alex Cox previously?
Yes.
Some of the searches that you saw in this lollytimeforever@gmail.com address that was tied to both Lori Vallow's cell phone number and provided by her to her brother Alex Cox, did those start as far back as August 15th in terms of showing the relevance to moving to Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
You learned, and we've heard of the fact that she resided at 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
And did she do several searches in the weeks leading up to, or in these weeks in August, for apartments in that complex?
Yes, she did.
So even on the 27th of August, we're seeing a search again for 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, or Pioneer in Rexburg, Idaho.
Yes.
Did you see searches for and visit to the UPS, or United States Postal Service, change of address?
Yes.
Was that consistent with your understanding of when Ms. Vallow moved into the residence based upon the documentation that we previously admitted?
Yes, it was.
Again, we see searches for that 565 Pioneer, Rexburg, Idaho.
Correct.
Were there other searches in the area, again, showing that she is looking for searching and visiting places in Rexburg, Idaho? Here we see Walgreens.
Correct.
You had talked to us about Idaho Falls. Is that one of the places where you can go near Rexburg to see movies?
Yes, it is.
Now, you told us that you are the person who impounded Lori Vallow's 2018 Jeep Wrangler, correct?
That's correct.
On September 30th at 11:14 p.m. UTC, did this Gmail account, Lolly Time Forever, that is tied to Lori Vallow's cell phone number and that she gave to her brother, search how to get the back seat out of my Jeep Wrangler?
Yes, she did.
So if we're talking Idaho time and we go back 6, where are we at for that for time?
So it'd be 5:14
PM.
p.m.
So September 30th, we're talking just a couple days now before the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux.
That's correct.
And do we see, in fact, they visited, or she visited this site, Jeep Wrangler JK rear seat removal how to DIY YouTube video.
Yes.
And that is basically a few seconds after this first search.
Yes, ma'am.
When we were watching those videos from the storage unit, did you see something being brought into the storage unit by Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell on October 2nd that appeared to look like a rear seat?
Yes, I did.
And on October 3rd, when we were viewing those videos from the self-storage unit, did you see Lori Vallow and Alex Cox removing something that appeared to be a rear seat from the storage unit?
Yes.
On October 3rd at 2:13 a.m. UTC time, do you see a search for Gilbert News?
Yes, I do.
So since this is 2:13 a.m., is this actually on October 2nd? And if we go back
8:13.
8:13 p.m.?
Correct.
So 8:13 p.m. on October 2nd, Lori Vallow is searching for, or Lori Vallow's Gmail account is searching for Gilbert, Arizona News and Gilbert, Arizona News breaking news local headlines?
Correct. She was searching for Gilbert News and visited the site as well.
Okay, so searched for it and then went and visited it just a few seconds later.
Yes.
And then when we were viewing the videos of that storage unit, this is 8 p.m.-ish on the 2nd. The next day at 1:15-ish is when we see Lori Vallow and Alex Cox taking that back seat and the tire out of the storage unit
Correct.
and putting that into her Nissan Rogue.
That's correct.
The state has no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Cross.
No questions, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I'm not seeing any, sir. You can step down. Break for the day? All right, given that it's a little bit after 4:15, we'll recess for the evening. Let me just check. I think we can start again tomorrow at 10:15, but let me double check that. You can step down, sir, if you want. Plan on starting at 10:15 tomorrow morning. Please remember the admonition.
All rise to the jury.
All right, please be seated. The jury is no longer present. I'm looking at the state's witness list in the pretrial statement. I'm assuming from the context of some of the questions that have been asked of witnesses that you're still calling Nicholas Balance.
Correct. He will be the state's last witness, Your Honor, tomorrow.
Is that the final witness tomorrow morning?
Yes.
All right, so defense, if you're calling witnesses, they would need to be here tomorrow, probably right after lunch. And we'll talk about tomorrow when the state rests, if the defense is calling witnesses or putting on a case, et cetera. So please review those final jury instructions tonight.
Judge, would we, if the defense doesn't call witnesses, would we go straight into closings tomorrow afternoon?
That would be my intent.
Okay.
All right. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, Your
No?
Honor.
Okay, we'll see everyone tomorrow. We'll try to get started at 10:15 a.m. Again, thank you.
Oh my goodness, you guys. I can't believe she didn't ask him questions. That's like the bulk of their evidence. She really has like no idea what she's doing. I mean, at least give it a shot and ask some questions, right? You might like find something along the way. And it looks like if she doesn't have any witnesses tomorrow, if the defense doesn't call any witnesses, it looks like they're like closing up shop. Yeah, she said she has no questions for that detective. Yeah, she is no lawyer. And the state witnesses, like Carol says, they are strong. Yeah. I can't believe she didn't ask questions. Peekaboo, I don't know. Does anybody know? Did she call witnesses in her last trial? Miss Panda says she doesn't have a shot and she knows it. This is all a game. She's kind of delusional though too, because in the Dateline interview, she was saying that her and Chad are gonna get out of jail and they're gonna have this beautiful life. Like it seems like she truly believes in this, this delusion that she's gonna get out. Yeah, I can't believe she didn't ask that detective any questions. Yeah, I don't know. What do you all think? What are some things that she could have asked that detective that would help her in some way? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, they have delusions. Yeah, an old geezer. So her current husband's name is Chad, and he's in prison too. Um, they both Colson cake. They both. I have to show this. You ruined my concentration, Colson cake. Um, yeah, like Megan's going to be a billionaire. Delusion. Yet Chad got sentenced to death. Yeah. If she was intimidated by him, she won't deal with him, TM says. She didn't ask questions of the first witness too today that we saw. Lisa says, I wonder if he didn't know if he killed Brandon or not. Yeah, like did he know after he drove away if he missed? That's a good question. That would explain why he was doing those Google searches of man shot in Gilbert, Arizona or whatever. Yeah, he was very logical and explained his process straightforward. Yeah, she really has no idea what she's doing. It's incredibly shocking. And I mean, if we're observing this on the outside, and imagine, because Megan has a very similar personality, what it's like to work for Megan. Always thinking they're right when you can see they are going down the wrong path. Like you're going the wrong direction, right? Yeah, it's true, TM. She is really sick. Yeah, Carol says the forensics expert was strong, also explained the process to the jury. Yeah, about the gunshot residue. Lisa says a bunch of housekeeping items and a few good connections. Yeah, I don't know. I'm wondering what I would ask. I mean, she's fighting for her life, basically, right? Well, I mean, she's in prison, but I don't know. I would at least give it my all. Miss Panda says Lori is evil and fully aware of right and wrong. You think so? Or do you think she's deluded? I don't know. She is really evil. That's something I struggle with. Like, if they know what they're doing is wrong, why do they do it? Or maybe that's exactly it, right? Steve says, I think she will get any witness she can to draw it out. She likes playing lawyer. It might be, Steve. It might be. That's a good point. I wonder if she's going to ask people, she's going to call people to talk about how wonderful she is. Colton Cake, I can't believe she was like, you can get GSR from hairspray. Yeah, grasping at straws. Miss Panda says this case makes no difference. She's going to be in prison anyway. Yeah, I feel like this is more getting justice for Brandon, for him to see that, there's justice for what happened to him. Internet searches was her undoing. Yeah, an old geezer says, if I ever work for Meg, I would not care about an NDA. Yeah, just go and talk about it, right? She's completely deluded. Miss Panda says, if you take steps to cover up your crimes, then you know what you did was wrong. Very good point. Can you imagine? TM, you're so right. What if she takes the stand? How does she question herself? Is it just one long monologue? She just grabs the mic and just talks the whole time without any questions? Peekaboo says, I think she filed for appeal in the case with the kids. Their idea of wrong is different to ours, Colton Cake says. Miss Panda says, I'm completely covered in GSR then because I'm always using hairspray. Yeah. Yep. Sorry to hear that, Lisa. Hopefully it's good. It's good now. That it is intent. All of this is intent. It's all premeditated, you know, from a month before practicing the shooting. And you know what's wild, you guys? JJ went missing, or the last time he was seen was September 22nd. So JJ was still around during all of this. That little boy was still around. Oh my goodness. Lisa says, but I gather they think the defense isn't calling anyone. Colton Cake. Hi, me? Did I try to kill Brandon? Okay, no further questions. How wonderful of a person am I? The greatest? Thanks. TM says, no, she would have to submit her questions to the judge and someone would ask her her own questions. Interesting. I know, Miss Panda. It's so sad. She can't get away with this, Kat says. Yeah. All right, everyone. So I'm going to meet with all of you tomorrow. I'm hoping tomorrow I will be able to stream the morning portion as well. So I want to thank you all so much for being here with me. Thank you so much for watching this with me. And I just love our conversation and I love the time that we're spending together. So thank you so much. I hope you guys all have a great rest of your day and I'll see you very, very soon. Bye, everybody.